Ну что ж, господа, всем привет, всем здравствуйте, с вами Скэтман, сегодня у нас с вами Disco Elysium, мы с вами продолжаем прохождение детективу, ну типа да. Бэтхорн, Стоп Гейминг, здравствуйте, господа, поехали. Что-то все очень плохо с ушами, надо новые покупать, уже эти умирают совсем. Так. Где кушать?
Hello, officer.
Трепет немыслимо. Потом трепет.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it.
Что здесь
Light from the
произошло?
desk lamp reflects off. Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed.
В какой они позе?
Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth, a ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain.
Что он с открытым ртом был, а что пуля ему залетела?
Ending him.
Где же ее начало?
From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back.
Смотреть пыточные силуэты.
The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He
Вот,
never
кстати,
did.
про Б.
Death comes faster than the realization.
Короче, я вот об этом думал ночью, что стреляли не факт, что с балкона, могли стрелять либо из соседнего здания, да, либо вообще вот с этого самого разрушенного здания издалека, с огромного расстояния. Ну, типа, тут еще есть вариант, что из форта. Ну, это как-то слишком далеко. И низко, мне кажется. Я бы сказал, что вот отсюда. Так. Ищи точку А на
The ray
крыше.
cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points.
Разве ж Б3 дальше, чем Б1? Нет, оно ниже просто. Что странно. То есть вот с острова стреляли на балкон, на втором этаже, на третьем этаже даже. Ну, как-то, не знаю, мне кажется, маловероятно. Разве при этом снаружи не должно быть следов
There
пороха?
could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago.
Вот, поначалу дальше я просто думал, что будет вариант из соседнего здания, но нет, все эти варианты издалека. Лазер, привет. Ну, то есть я 80% уверен, что стреляли с крыши.
72%, with an antique weapon that fires military-grade ammunition. A Belmagrave rifle, for example. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium. A well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness. Too busy with their own bodies.
А мог ли стрелок находиться внутри самой комнаты, стрелять с более близкого
Point
расстояния?
X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, detective.
Есть ли какие-нибудь аргументы против точки А, расположенной на крыше?
None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any.
Могли ли стрелять из другой точки, расположенной дальше?
That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez?
Увеличить радиус, чтобы учесть все возможные точки Мартинези.
According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime.
А может поточнее?
B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet, detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on.
Не смог до этого чертежа дойти, говорит Стопгейминг. Да? Интересно. Изучить точку Б на пирсе.
700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account.
Точку Б2 на краю земли.
1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched.
Б3.
1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found
Ну,
a
она, кстати,
stable spot
дальше,
on
чем
beaches surrounding
Б1.
it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea, as you saw in the coin-operated viewer. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
Ким, как думаешь, Теляш мог находиться не на крыше, а дальше Мартинези?
From where, precisely?
Ну, скажем, точки Б1 на пирсе, Б2 на краю земли или Б3 на
I
островке.
see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance?
Намного меньше, чем вероятность выстрела с крыши, но она есть.
Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. It fits the hidden path through the whirling. A simple hypothesis.
С гостиницы, учитывая корабль, сусил, да, да.
Hey, was there another thing? Great.
Класс
I
Е, третий
love-
номер, это она чихнула телефонную линию.
Why? No, fuck it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know why these degenerates do what they do. I thought we had one good guest in the building.
Есть Лена хороший клиент.
Yeah, well, she's not a guest, is she? Anyway, I'll forward that woman her bill and be done with it. Now, was there anything else? Yes?
Фоксэм, привет.
It's you again. What is it?
Ладно, поговорю с Классе, теперь мне нужна Руби.
Why?
Вот такие смотрят на тебя с любопытством. Отвечу прямо на следующее звено в цепи, ведущий меня к убийце Лели.
Sounds like you're making her a suspect in this. Not on my watch, you're not. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
Практично скорость на Тита, Гамила вздыхает.
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
Снимать убедительную теорию, объяснять, зачем Руби могла это сделать. Ща, логик лапну. Век, тебя уже стошнило, что ты хочешь? Что у нас там по логике сейчас будет невероятное что-то? Девять логики. Ну давай.
It's you again.
Сразу срулил с разговора. Сам стал намного более убедительным. 97%.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
А почему вы так уверены, что Руби сама его не прикончила?
Because she was here, all night, with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 12:25 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
И в туалет не ходила?
No.
That's a lie.
Сам же знаешь, что это не так.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that operation is again, Cop.
Да, по наркотикам.
Just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
He's been through it. That means he suspected her too. All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
Есть тайный ход, ведущий из кухни прямиком на крышу.
Oh.
Через помещение, которое, кажется, когда-то было мастерской по ремонту питбольных автоматов.
People say there was a pinball
Butcher, привет.
here sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator, for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop.
Оттуда дверь прямо на крышу, оттуда можно выйти.
Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it?
Мы установили твердо, что у Руби мог быть доступ на крышу, откуда застрелили жертву.
Firmly, firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we've established. But a route does not put that bullet in his head.
Это да. Я думаю, они бы у нее винтовку-то заметили.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself. But what if you miss interesting information that way? The choice is ultimately yours. But
Я уже установил, что Руби торговала наркотиками, могла и оружием.
God damn. That's just about your favorite topic, isn't it? Every fucking 5 seconds.
Я просто говорю, что судя по тому, что я видел у нее в кабине, достать ствол было несложно.
Trouble. This is Revachol. Even the roidheads in the gym had a carbine. No one has trouble getting a gun. I still never saw her carry one.
he must be referencing some past case of theirs. He's angry because he knows you're right. What he's saying only confirms your theory.
Я поразил бившую пулю на оболоченное.
So it had to come from a breech-loading rifle. Military grade. Not even you militia monkeys have those. This goes against your everyone has a gun theory. If it was military grade, how'd Ruby get it?
И если она редко, это не значит, что его невозможно достать.
That's exactly what it means.
That wasn't strong.
Так, погоди.
So it had to. This goes against
Я просто честно делюсь информацией.
That's mighty forthcoming of you. So, let me extend you the same courtesy. She's connected to you know what.
Organized crime. Down in Jamrock, probably. He's not being too forthcoming. This is not a surprise.
So she may have access to semi-automatics, but that's a long fucking stretch of the imagination.
Так застоянную винтовку такие валяются по всему
That
Мартинезу.
looks antique. A Bell McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
Под книжным есть подвал, но была там спрятана с другими такими же.
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many. And there must be other caches too.
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
It's a goddamn breech loader, too. Find one that works, and you got a military-grade weapon that shoots jacketed ammunition.
He sees it. This is coming together. He must. Time to really close the deal.
Покажи
Show
пулю.
them the bullet.
Вот она пуля, что вы прикончили. 4,46 мм. Белл Мегавых пуль тот же
The
калибр.
blonde man looks at the mushroomed Deathbringer in the evidence bag and says,
Yeah, the bitch is jacketed all right. 4mm too.
Whoa.
Well, goddamn. It's not proof, but it's a possible murder weapon. Close to her. Too damn close. You have been thorough. I'll give you that.
Есть маленький, 28% вероятность, что стреляли с позиции с западевыми крышами.
Now what the hell are we supposed to do with that?
Но остается 72% вероятность, что стреляли все же с
He's
крыши.
trying to woo us with cop science. Forensic shit. I heard this mambo jumbo.
Yeah, but the mambo jambo he's saying goes against his theory A.
It does?
Yes.
Нажимает перевод.
Just making sure we are on the same page. It doesn't all fit. We are just sharing info, candidly.
Я не обещал доказать, что у него было оружие убийства, только что нам надо ее найти.
All right. Keep talking. I'm getting a bit curious about some things myself.
T, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive.
Мотив.
The last component.
Вопрос не почему она его убила, а почему она предложила покрыть
And I
убийство.
suppose you have a theory on that.
Может, она просто покрывала себя, Тит.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
Эжен, представим, что ты убил человека.
He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
Ты предпочтешь пойти под суд с друзьями группы людей, или совершивших самосуд, или один за
The
убийство?
man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
Классе сказал мне по Руби кое-что интересненькое.
Like what?
Походу, Руби в нее
A
втюрилась.
thing? You mean?
Я голову на бок замокаю.
Behind his squinting eyes, dominoes are falling. Fast. It's all beginning to make sense to him now.
Yeah, but they're both girls.
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She liked Glacier.
Ой, да ладно, мужики, она же с вами придурками тусит. Не могли же вы не заподозрить?
Yeah? No. Ruby's got more balls than a ball pit. You'd have to be an idiot not to... Guys, I'm not the only one who knew. What?
You what?
Прикосы
First he
реальности.
says she's murdered him. Now she's a too? It's a lie.
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind blows there.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
She didn't fuck you. Cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
Показался смешок нервный. Классе сказал, что Руби к ней подкатывал, она ее
Ruby
отвергла.
then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sordid shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass.
Она нам только что это рассказала. Она боится Руби, вот и выложила.
That Ruby is queer as cabaret. Now that I start thinking about it, I don't know why I didn't see it earlier. And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a Hardy. But if you bring your own personal shit into our outfit,
And then, boss, use us to cover it up? I mean, that's just fucked up.
If it's true. But it's not. Right?
Когда Классе спустилась, Руби будто знала, что что-то случилось.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got shit under control. That's her whole thing.
Кто
That's
натурал,
why
тот
she's
не
stubborn.
очень. Что это? Он к чему сказал? Ну, типа, кто-то натурал, то есть гетеросексуал, кто-то не очень натурал, то есть гомосексуал. Харди берут вне зависимости от этого. Вот.
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women talk to women. Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they talk to.
Eugene wants a woman on the team so they can do their job. That must be hard. Half of Martinez is female.
Или она знала, что произошло, потому что сама его и убила.
Not so useful.
Смотрит на Алина, потом на Джена. Он отпивается свою хлебную тарелку, на лице его написано настоящее мучение. Может, это вызов Тибете, избавь за власть?
There's no fucking leadership challenge. Just when I thought you were taking this seriously, cop, you put your head in your ass.
Man, now he's just throwing shit against the wall to see what sticks.
Okay. We've ruled out infighting. That's how this works, by exclusion. Remember, all we need to do is rule Ruby out too. That's all this is.
Свою симпатию, нет, как тупой вариант. Тип, ну ты же сам видишь, все не сходится, нам нужно с ней поговорить.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Wanna know why?
Почему?
She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
Неплохо, неплохо. Когда она попала?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little
Чего она испугалась?
I told you. You.
Меня лично? Меня в смысле РГМ?
No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco.
Ума не положу, чего мне бояться. Я просто нормальный коп с самыми обычными мыслями. Без улыбки отвечает он.
You know, when I first saw you limp in here, I thought she was paranoid, sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
Что еще Руби сказал тебе про меня?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes, and that you won't stop.
Может, она и есть наша бывшая? Но это было бы слишком много совпадений. Не остановлюсь.
Something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up like can.
And then when they're all empty, just move on onto the next can. Don't look back unless there was something you missed.
Пикисы. Чего ты тут ходишь? Чего ты хочешь, Пеклс? Садись, садись.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day. How about you?
Silence. He nods.
Киван, ты правда, я открывашка?
You are insistent.
Что-нибудь еще? Ну, хоть что-нибудь.
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This cop, Titus. This cop, he...
Мне было слишком
But she
страшно.
was too scared.
У тебя есть мысли о том, куда делась Руби?
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al, and we won't either.
Да, какие
She's
вы.
not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
Вы ее Она была кандидатом. Вы ее
A
искали?
little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlock. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Who's doing this looking? They're all here.
Вы все здесь, кто ее ищет?
Lizzie needed some air.
Садовниц? Но она пошла передать вести Эврару. То есть она не пошла передать информацию
No
Эврару.
one goes to tell Evrard anything. He knows what he has to know. Fast.
It's called a radio, you believe. The gardener may have played you a game when she stormed out. She has her own plan.
Не подскажешь, где на берегу начать поиски?
Sure, there's some shithouses there.
Да, в дома.
Cinderblock town. Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked.
Да, да, Фоксам.
I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man.
Ты знаешь, что она делала с системой частот Улан?
The what now? I have no idea. Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
Излучатель серости?
What?
We
Что?
were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more.
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
There you have it. Pale something.
Информации немного, но нам хватит.
It'll have to.
Он потягивает руку. Пожать.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
Шел бы ты в копотит.
When are you gonna get it through your dumb head? I already am. I just wasn't sure you were.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks, then turns back to his men.
Вот так вот. Хонк. Неплохо. Ну что, гол классье, трепет. Перекусы. Да, это перекусу. Хорошкисы. Тимортусы. Чё, кис тошнит? Номер оплачен примерно на 4 месяца. Трепет. Надушенный шаф.
Officer,
Посмотреть на
it's a
серое
fine
небо.
day for questions.
Nothing happens. There is a mass of droplets above the planetary body, colorless, merging into one another. The sky is low and cold. You hear the distant murmur of motor connections somewhere south of here. That is all.
Silence, officer. Wouldn't have thought you the silent type. What were we talking about?
К слову, если бы выстрел был бы с крыши, я подозреваю, что его было бы слышно внизу. Я думаю, что чуваки его бы внизу услышали. И догадались бы. Почему странно, Фоксен? Откуда почему он должна знать что-то об излучателе связи? Мы только что об этом услышали впервые от Ангуса вообще. Потому что он, видимо, с ней беседует на эту тему. Теперь, до.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
I'm not.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy, they're mad at him. No wonder. He just doesn't recognize them.
Так.
Neither can I.
It's a mere second, but it feels like you saw.
I'm going to say no. Okay.
Jean.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse.
Значит,
Okay,
будем
why
повешенным.
Let's do the old thing over again.
Короче, следует
We're
дело.
not wasting time. There
Оказывается,
is no time.
тут мужчину застрелили и повесили.
You think he was hanged as a cover-up? To hide the shooting?
В сущности, да.
Okay, well,
Он попадает в светлый парик. То есть волосы, попадают волосы. Блин, а почему я тебе это
I
говорил?
don't know. Why are you?
It's like you felt it would be intellectually stimulating and would lead somewhere. A custom even? Strange.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it?
Интересно.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Не странно. А.
You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you? That ruby of yours?
Ну и что?
Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clausia. It was nice and ruby-centric in the end.
В каком смысле?
Anything strike you a bit off about this mishmash?
Следы в мастерской не совпали с теми следами с разным подошвом, что мы обнаружили на месте преступления.
No, they didn't.
Это, кстати, факт. То есть Руби вряд ли воспользуется тем подъемом. Пока что никто не упоминал, что слышал выстрел.
Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you.
Совершенно не факт, что пуля была выпущена с крыши. Стоять могли такого угодно побережья.
Absolutely. It could have come from anywhere, but you're suddenly so certain it came from the roof behind.
Да не certain, нифига. Используй блочную пулю, такие на дороге не
Good
валяются.
point. It is rather rare these days, but do continue.
Пока что стали какой-то совсем древней пулей.
Strange how you conducted the whole advanced ballistics analysis and then hand-waved it.
Так, все, хватит об этом думать, закончи с мыслью.
That's right. Finish thought. Just finish it and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now. You know that. Free as a bird on that roof. Lighting up a cigarette and thinking, am I glad Ruby's in this shit and not me? Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid. He's just jealous. Move on. There's no use harassing her further.
Он просто завидует.
Oh, sorry, officer.
Может, Джойс имеет смысл спросить про Руби? Может, что-то знает?
This coin-operated viewer is your money disappeared. The curtains on the lenses shift. It looked its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
Одинокая береза. Держись там,
The
маленькая.
little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
Может быть, стреляли оттуда, и пуля упала в окно на втором этаже
Can you
танцев?
tell? From this distance? I don't think it's possible.
It's not. The details are blurry. There's water vapor in the way and waves cut into the islet.
То, что никто не слышал выстрела, это вот важный момент.
Hello again.
Опа! Куда это Джойс делась? Настойка записка отправилась в деревню на побережье. Видим состав офицер Джойс. Окей. Она же говорила, что она хотела туда отправиться. Может, глушак? Я не думаю, что у них в их мире вообще глушаки есть. Об этом речь ни разу не поднималась. То есть даже как вариант не рассматривался.
Kuno saw you wield that can. Sweet graffito action, pig. Kuno likes that delinquent shit.
Батяня, хулиган в душе Куна, по огню до костей. Спасибо, Куна, я это правда ценю.
You're still a dink. Now what's your case with Kuno? Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Fucking care?
What do you see?
Kuno doesn't fucking care? Девочка за окном лыжи на картинке. Чё? Какая девочка за окном рыжая на картинке? Ты о чем? За забором. А. Да. Ты думаешь, ну это не она девочка. Она не может быть в 8-м Харди, ну никак.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
An old called East Delta Commerce Center.
Да, маловероятно. Представь себе поворот событий. Нет, бред. Что такое крупная винтовка, если еще и глушак? Еще и до звуковой патрон нужен, тоже нестандартный. Вопрос в том, какие у них тут технологии.
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over and ask him.
Давай спортивный КЗК амфибия.
Sporty and practical, officer. Good choice.
Он плюс к восприятию дает, может пригодиться.
The speakers, you should go over and ask him about paying for those sneakers with your net worth.
Скорость реакции и координация. Неплохо.
These ones respect a small heat.
No, don't look at the speakers.
А колонки-то что? Неужели никто не хочет их покупать колонки?
These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
These ones respect a small heat.
No.
Видно маленькие колоночки побогатее.
Don't pity them, officer. These are old Samaran garbage. Don't even look at them.
Я могу купить грустные и униженные самоистские колонки.
No way, officer. These aren't for sale.
Именно поэтому я хочу их купить. Я думал, что я сам не хочу статистический хлам. Но мне нужны колонки.
Damn. So you have to buy the sneakers first.
Давайте. Мне нужны эти кроссовки.
Now the premium lifestyle is yours, officer.
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an almost mystical energy.
Хорошо, теперь позволь мне купить эти колонки.
Junk is yours, officer. Happy listening. Try not to hurt your ears with that Samaran garbage. No way, officer. Well, on the one hand, okay, officer.
Кроссовки от Фаун. Неприглядный зеленый козырек в виде лягушки, как будто все время следит за тем, что происходит вокруг. Подозрительные глаза бусинки, целлофановая пленка цвета лайма ужасно отформирована. Судя по надписи, это сделано в Сафре. Остались штаны Фаун, но они вроде были только у Куна. Снять с Куна штаны. Может, он их сам отдаст. Чё вдруг? Да, сейчас, Фоксел. Выпороть, чтобы не употреблял всякую гадость.
The trap is full of low.
Излучатель серости. Может, это связано с аномалией в церкви? А вон и Джойс.
I'll just keep the cord Elysium in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
Набочит якорный трос вокруг пала.
Hi, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way.
Причал.
Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty?
Здравствуйте.
Hello, detectives.
Затягивает конец тоса, уберет угол пала и управляется.
Good to see you here. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
И как вам здесь?
How do I like it?
А направляет взгляд в сторону деревьев, на стенах из шлакоблока тает мокрый снег, полуготовые здания, строительство которых было заброшено 10 лет назад.
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below my feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor.
Pornographically.
There's no name, all the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
Стоп, мотокареты.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Не предала меня мечу.
Eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard.
Исаха, привет.
The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
All right. Politics time. Let's react. Real men, real politics, real thoughts in your head.
Постарайтесь не бояться, просто именно так и выглядит реальный город.
Oh, I'm not frightened, officer. I'd never...
Например, поднимаю глаза к серому
Have I
небу.
told you how they discovered this place?
Ветер усиливается, полудождевика разлетаются в разные стороны. Эту рыбацкую деревню?
No, they're in Sealindian, Isla.
Нет, это не меня сказали, как ее
Well,
нашли.
your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty.
Уровень грамотности. Все, пациент как раз в моем диапазоне, но все меняется к лучшему.
I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place.
Перевезли.
Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
Ну, скажи сейчас, у нас есть время.
Do we?
У нее, похоже, времени нет.
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you. Maybe there is something else I can assist you with while you're hot in pursuit. More lessons in base. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Well, tech good. You're back.
Видимо, потом как-нибудь, окей.
The sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is... Oh?
Я разыскиваю подозреваемого, который мог останавливаться посредством.
When did this person stay here?
Совсем недавно, последние несколько дней, возможно, прибыла сюда в пятницу.
I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning.
Seriously?
Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else. Really?
Больше никого не ищу, правда?
Looking for Nadia Harnancourt or Ignis Nielsen or the Great Lost City of Ace.
Я, похоже, много чего ищу, да?
A lot of stuff.
Ну, может быть, мне не кажется, что это много, я могу еще больше. Может, ты тоже хочешь что-то найти?
There's plenty missing, but that's too much for even an ego terrier like you to handle. Although you seem very thorough. Tell me, instead, is there something else I can help you with?
Nope. Поисковый отдел. Дела о пропажах трогают тебя до глубины души. Тяжело смотреть на людей, которые так волнуются о своих близких. Издерганные движения, темные круги под глазами от бессонных ночей, и даже если попавшего никто не ждет, Тебе все равно не по себе. Ты любишь порядок, учет, а тут целого человека не засчитались. Ну вот 15 инициатива самая слабая. Плюс сетью за каждую проверенную зеленую сферу. Лимит улучшения повышается до 6 эквилибристики. Я не буду 6 вкладывать явно. Давайте ее уберем.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Не видели где-нибудь на побережье живолосую женщину по имени Руби?
Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten.
Ладно, узнаете, о ком я говорю.
This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works. And it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
Нам просто... Это как с тем парнем, который заперся в сарае. Нам просто нужно помочь ей выбраться.
No, it's not like that, man. With him we called you. Right now, you just arrived by yourself. Like a raven plucking at the window glass.
Ладно, если мы найдем что-нибудь подозрительное, то вернемся. Так, ясно, вы что-то знаете, но не хотите нам рассказывать.
There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others too.
Логично.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched. Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below.
Что это у нас такое?
Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand.
Покопаться в песке и
You
опилках.
stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then something hard wrapped in paper.
Что же
A
это?
small cylindrical object. You pull
Опа.
it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber. Like your own Villiers pistol.
Это потом не выходит для казнозаядника вроде того, что было у него убийство.
The floorboard isn't interested. Maybe the washerwoman is. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops.
Деревки Самоистской Народной Республики. Зачем вообще было их покупать? В них нет ничего волшебного. Это просто отстой. Звуки, которые не строгать, лишь жалко подобие той музыки, которую вы пытаетесь послушать. Лучше просто загнать их за наличку. Ну, кстати, можно подать за 5. Вот, а купили мы их за 50 центов. Можно этому головомеру показать. Количество патронов 2 у нас. К слову. Где-то мы еще один патрон, видимо, нашли. Или здесь было 2 патрона. Так. Почему под половицей вашей хижины был спрятан патрон?
And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
But
Я бачу, к тебе едва заметно
you
киваю.
didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either.
Вы сдали ей комнату.
Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
Когда это было?
She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
That's for the police to find out. Right then, please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
Вы сказали, она ушла в понедельник.
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
Комната осталась нетронутой после ее
I
ухода.
cleaned it, like I always do.
Нашли там что-нибудь?
No,
Какая она, эта Руби?
she's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
О чем это вы?
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room.
Как думаете, почему она оставила патрон там?
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
Фу. Женщина оборачивается, задумчиво смотрит на хижину. Я слышу, что она много пила и была агрессивна. Вы замечали что-то подобное?
Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. But I only knew her to have a beer on the beach while watching the sunset. She isn't what you'd call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Said it was part of the communal life. But I never saw her lose control of herself, the way some people do.
Было у нее с собой какое-нибудь оборудование, типа радио?
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape millions she'd made.
Женщина проводит тыльной стороной ладони по лбу, вода капает на землю.
Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shop. You should be thankful for that.
Спасибо, Дизарова.
She may simply have kept
Лучше, но не перфект пока. Куда она направлялась?
I don't know. Further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Ну что ж, вперед, вверх по берегу.
You sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater? Seems like a better idea to me.
The valve electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
Еще несколько вопросов. Довольно, Руби. До свидания, пора.
If you do find her, please go easy on her.
Наглядно, постоянно будут становиться все
She's a
холоднее.
good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
Хорошая девочка, наркотой занимается.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone.
Ребята, видели
like
каких
other.
неплохих людей?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is gonna crack the case.
then we're definitely doing it.
Ты думал, определенно этим займемся? Да, черт подери, авторитет.
Mister, what were you doing in my fireplace?
Там прятался Фазмит, я хотел его поймать.
Oh, okay.
Знаешь какой-нибудь по имени Руби?
Ruby. Ruby.
Внезапно девочка серьезно наконец пел, как будто себя поделиться
My mom
секретом.
tells me I'm a big girl, but she doesn't know that I can't say Earl. Or like, sometimes I can, but then
Kids.
Дети.
Bye.
А я был у нее в камине? Don't call Abigail.
The legend, he's back. And firstly, I got smokes and piss and a...
Tequila Sunset.
Санта-Диско Гайи. Не сейчас здесь в последнее время жилось уже пионер Руби.
Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
It's a touchy topic. He hasn't got laid in ages. He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
Don't call her.
There's no way.
Don't call Abigail. Кочерговый криптофазмит. Криптофазмит неплохо. Чувак все еще здесь. Эти тоже здесь.
A few locusts trudge.
Может будет, по которой говорил класс Е?
A metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst the trembling reeds. At first, it just looks like trash, but if you look closer...
That over there must be the boy class you told us about. The one she hid her passport in. We should take a look.
You lift the boy out of the water without much effort. It's not tied to anything. The cords dangling from the bottom appear to have been cut.
Странно. Посмотри пластиковый шар.
The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long, but it's already discolored and slimy with silt. A latch holds it close, but only just barely. The brittle metal of the latch has cracked.
Simple construction. Very unsafe.
It smells like you would expect it to smell. A concentrated version of the coast. Salt, industrial slop and decay. The water this side of the peninsula is cleaner, actually. Smells a little salty.
Подвести буй? Не надо. Открыть буй. Ну да, лучше открыть его.
A shot glass's worth of seawater pours out. Some algae. And nothing else.
Well done.
Наверное, что он до сих пор здесь, еще немного он был уплыл. Документов нет, как он что их мог забрать? Ничего страшного, все равно знаем, что было в бою. Может, класс Е их забрала?
That may very well be the case. We should keep an eye on her. Nothing more for us to do here. Let's go.
You could ask the miss what she thinks. Later, if you have the time. Though you doubt she'll tell you much.
We still got here too late. There's nothing of use here anymore. I have no idea. Or think we do.
Должно быть, сделали враги Колосея, это значит, что она в опасности.
Could be. We should keep an eye out.
You could ask the miss what
I have no or think we do.
Может, как-то связано с залогами их маленькой экспедиции?
In my experience, cryptids are generally uninterested in travel documentation. We should go.
You could ask the miss.
I have no idea or think we do.
А у тебя есть предположение?
Might have been Glacia, might have been the people after her, might have been a local drunk. We should go.
You could ask them.
Hello again.
Я сказал, вы не видели здесь кого-нибудь подозрительного?
No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
You see, a once bright mirror, a slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
Может, Руби здесь?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower, maybe.
Нашел пустую ловушку, послушал правдивую историю Лены, восстановил сцену казни, озывался с мусоркой, уведомление о смерти, нашел куртку.
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
Чего я вообще пытался добиться?
Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen, did not. And now you're just standing there with your hands fallen to your side.
Вернуться к лейтенанту, если она может быть где угодно, как мы ее найдем.
Do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
Трепет отстой, он нам нифига не дал. А если не получится, если мы ее не найдем?
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Ливневая канализация. Он оборачивается и смотрит на ветхую темно-красную коробку по ту сторону полости.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. An adventure awaits. An adventure on the windswept urban coast. Buckle up and raise your collar. This search is going to be wet and cold.
Снова слушать ветер.
Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it.
Куда?
In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust of the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
Что происходит?
She's down there.
Сказать, я думаю, она там, под этим зданием.
Why?
С тех пор, как ты стал нормальным, все способности с собой заявления должны закончиться, как сказал Игорь, ты становишься нормальным человеком. Ну, не закончится не сахар, но многие погасли, скажем так. Все остальное мы уже обыскали.
How do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building.
Finally, my time to shine.
Рядом с надписью есть лестница, говорит на нее, может мы сможем по ней подняться и войти через крышу.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
О, кстати. Труба. Не заходи, пока не угонишь. Все, говорит лазер. А, ты спойлератор 8000. Ёк-макарёк. Ладно, как скажешь, хорошо, хорошо. Чайку налью, господа, перерывчик небольшой. Так, все снова тут. Кстати, если финал близко, но как я понял, ты можешь перечислить свои жизненные познания, в смысле у тебя там была какая-то пустошь реальности и прочее. Ты имеешь в виду мысли, которые у нас остались? Fairweather T500, пустошь реальности, Джемми Вью, дереализация, поисковый отдел, сейчас изучаем, генератор даты рождения, королевство совести, настоящее художественное образование, Гийом Лемильон, та, что пахнет абрикосовой жвачкой, магниевая форма жизни, центр Тили-Тилибом, Колда Мамадакова. Приятно. По параметрам ты имеешь в виду? Ну, все, что дает только положительные эффекты. Ну, типа, вон, Джимми Вилл, плюс 1 очко опыта за каждую проверенную сферу, интеллект, лимит всех навыков повышается на 1. Там, генератор даты рождения, логика, лимит для улучшения повышается до 4, сложный для всех пассивных проверок, физиология минус 1.
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the fell building? A building like this must have multiple doors serving various functions. Perhaps a basement access.
Пройти поближе и заглянуть внутрь.
Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder.
Что там?
An ordinary drainage pipe. Darkness.
Хорошо, что еще?
As your eyes adjust, you see some trash. Crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray-painted skulls on the right side. And nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe. A very, very faint smell of stale liquor still lingers. Or is it just your imagination?
Можно ли попасться Дайнфельд по ютубе?
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around. And it's right here, a maintenance door.
It's jammed shut. The subtle approach isn't going to work on this one. Oh yeah, big boy time. This needs you to put your back into it.
А отсюда могли стрелять?
From here to the whirling, I can't see how. The church is in the way.
Just dead and dying locusts. Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? Just some urban detritus, a bottle, and a dilapidated old comms tower. The wind picks up. Fine sea foam lashes your face. It feels like needles. You can take it. Just raise your collar, detective. In the distance you can hear the breakers.
Типа, если была бы низкая стойкость, мы бы урон получили, наверное.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freitor. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there. In the whirling in rags.
Может, злоумышленник преступника задвинуть костер?
To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps. But anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fires this time of year. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out biddable prime, was it?
Может, злоумышленник стрелял за башенную вышку?
It's not possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, why? There's no platform up there to aim from.
Смотри, вверх поднимает воротник.
He looks like he's cold out here at the tip of the coast. The jacket is warm, but not for this weather.
Ким, тебе ж холодно, может дать тебе шапочку летчика?
No. No what?
Нет, в смысле, оранжевая шапочка не поможет?
Yes, that one. No to the orange pilot cap. To warm, truthfully, truthfully, it's not.
He looks like he's cold.
Может, пальто потеплее наденешь?
I'm okay. You, on the other hand, Yefreitor, you look like you're about to turn into a popsicle.
Таков мой стиль. Копам суперзвездам не нужны куртки, они сами дают жару.
Absolute idiocy.
Кивает он, как бы убеждаясь в этом воочию. Что насчет окурков?
Those? A smoking assailant who favors Tumutiri to Astra or Joan? Cigarette butts are everywhere. This is a common brand for all men.
Ну, дай Уэйт, привет. Последний тот берег в пустом театре в степи.
1.2 kilometers over the cold water of the bay, blue from the distance and the air. You see the smallest rectangle, barely visible. A glowing light on the third floor of the whirling in rags. With binoculars, you would see a young woman's shape move behind the glass.
Закончить мыслью. Мысли-то имел в виду Хитран. Полицейская волна, чувство единения с копами. Там же есть описание, Хитран. Оно вполне подробно. Мне показалось только, что что-то видел, не? А зачем мы этот мостик убирали? С пирса, с острова. Объяснения не нахожу. Так, ну, типа, давайте я почитаю. Полицейская волна, 41 участок навеки в вашем сердце, как и полицейская культура. Отлично пойдет копам, фанатам копов, тем, кто играет в копов. Полицейская волна лежит в основе полицейской работы, отражает ее истинный дух. Вы сможете по-настоящему понимать своих братьев и сестер по оружию. Не только улавливая малейшие намеки своего напарника, но и наблюдая за мини-сценками, которые разыгрываются на территории вашего участка. На высоких уровнях вы станете образцом истинного полицейского. Отдать жизнь за напарника теперь ваш священный долг. А без полицейской волны вы будете двигаться наугад. Тонкие намеки коллег в напряженных ситуациях останутся незамеченными. А ведь они могут спасти вам жизнь. С пирса, я думал, с этого пирса. Хотя это рыбный рынок, а не пирс. Наверное, вот отсюда. Далеко внизу тебя ждет только смерть, метров 20, не меньше. Отверстие в бетоне, что это, канализация? твоему роботу она роляет только на диалоге, на взаимодействие с окружением тоже. На взаимодействие с окружением не припомню, на диалоге, да. Но с окружением, типа, ну да, только на диалоге, по-моему. С окружением сложно, потому что... если ты про кружочки, там же не пишется, чья именно эта проверка. Догадаться можно, но ты не можешь быть точно уверен.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall. With another 7 shade, a cold...
Always my pleasure to be of assistance to the RCM. Godspeed. And if we don't meet again...
Эй,
always...
чё тут нифига все не поболтали, к слову. Дверь здания около места может зачиниться здесь, внутри. Может быть, как-нибудь проверим это? Или типа нет?
There's no way the perp is in here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed.
А я могу сюда попасть?
Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable. But I like the spirit. Have some points. It's lonely and cold without points.
Кину шантам, кстати, за заколоченное здание.
Suspect? God, I hope not. I can't see a way in, though many have tried.
Входа не видно, хотя многие его искали. Потому что делать нечего. Только днем, когда мы с Кивом. Не понял, кто не хочет разговаривать. Я про это перса белой башки. А, он. Не, дело не в этом. Мы с ним приходили, он уже с нами болтал. Но второй раз сейчас что-то не хочет подобно поболтать. Блин, я чуть не догоняю. Проверьте пирс. А как, где? Вот это про здание речь идет или о чем?
Yes, what is it?
Вы не видели никакого подозрительного женщину по имени Руби?
What? No, no one's suspicious around here.
She has not seen her, sire. 'Tis true.
The swallow, you mean? What about it? Great. Thanks. I brought them here. Great. I brought them here. These are mine. I'm working.
The machines...
Could you...
It's not just rudeness.
I used the A... Mm-hmm. Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
Я главный радиоузловщик, я знаю все.
Then you'll certainly know that all radio computers perform operations on air. So in order to... I guess it is, but it's not the cheapest one on the... Anyway,
мы уже все
you
болтали.
should do some research before you... They are connected to my...
Short and terse. There you...
Great.
The mother of humanisms.
Для того, чтобы выполнить респонсабилитет, тебе нужна Соона. Это кто вообще? Это она?
Yes.
Ну и чё, я с ней уже пытался попутать по респонсабилите лазер. Она говорит, типа, не, нифига, сначала помоги мне. Я не понял, как ей помочь? Каким образом?
No. Yes.
Его присутствие вас совершенно не волнует.
You're right. I'm not.
Тебе нужны рейверы. На рейв ты выгнал. А рейверы мне нахрена нужны? Я же их вот, я больше не обеспокоили. Ты запрос не выполнишь. Да, я понял, это тупо, невероятно тупо. Она нам отказывается помочь, потому что мы ей не помогли. А мы ей помогли, погнав рейверов. Это же она, в принципе, и хотела. У рейверов есть оборудование. Об этом речь не идет. Она не говорит, но я не могу тебе помочь, у меня нет оборудования. Так не говорилось. Это довольно тупо. Вот, вот есть несколько моментов в игре, и можно сказать, о, тут столько диалогов, нельзя все учить. Все можно учесть, вопрос времени. Которые поломанные скрипты. Вот это бесит. Так, еще раз. Срать на респонсабилити. Я уже понял, что я запорол лазер, окей. Траекторию выставил с пирса и с острова. Ну, на остров-то мы, наверное, попасть только через Джойс сможем. А с пирса я хрен знает, как его сделать, поверить. Да я понимаю, что это бункер, не сахар, скорее всего. Там, где Арстейл был. Окей.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning south. You're back. Good. What can... Oh.
Все дело в захвате власти. Так, господин вам помог мне найти ему пистолет.
Stupendous. I didn't think he'd pull through.
Я послушаю, у тебя у меня есть, слава богу, поговорить пистолет.
Thank God. And indeed, Mr. Everett as well. In this investigation, one may have use for a firearm. You wouldn't want to get caught with your pants down.
Все дело в захвате власти.
Take over.
Да, это не забастовка, вас не пускают, потому что там не о чем договариваться. Профсоюз просто хотел тебя в свои руки. Посмотрим на цвет ящиков, которые возвращаются на Мартинеза, словно башни из кубика постоянным ребенком.
Like a cancer of the blood, metastasizing.
Then we're talking about a war. Everett needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this.
Я могу поговорить с ним, чтобы он впустил вас.
No. It's naive of me. He sent you. This is the negotiation now. And if he does not avert his course, it will be a war negotiation, detectives.
Он готов к войне, все они готовы.
They most certainly are not. Crenell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the people of Revachol West. It will take more than Crenell to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. Make no mistake, ma'am. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice?
What do you suggest I do?
Сначала скажите, повлияет ли это на ваше решение?
Everything affects the decision-making process, detective.
Officer?
Лейтенант может почесть сомнения, но гость не даже гнева.
For once, I don't seem to know what the right thing to do is.
Понимать такие решения не входит в задачи РГМ.
Of course. Your job is to clean up after them. And it looks like there will be a lot of cleaning to be done in the near future.
Так что же вы планируете делать?
What will I do?
Her arms fall to her sides. Her spine relaxes.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown?
Вы обещали рассказать
It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The last one for 400 years.
Почему?
The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world.
or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. 5 of the crews did not return. 2 did, but had lost their minds.
8 это вообще нормально?
It was anything but normal. There was no precedent. People thought she was punishing the admirals, or had gone mad, or both. Until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process of poetry.
Called Volta Doma, or Return from the Sea.
The 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counselor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun to condense, day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute, slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
Ни хрена.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor.
Этот океан.
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, "Lanciolinde, Lanciolinde," the signal to wake up. But they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer. The freckled face of God.
You've thought it a million times.
За жизнью смерть, за смертью снова жизнь, за миром серость, за серостью снова мир.
A total shift in human comprehension of reality. On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Lizargique. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen. 4 years later, the Queen's Counselor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high.
Я привел нас сюда.
On Caillou, the Pebble, the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later.
Первый птиц, который они увидели, был большой поворотник?
The first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune.
Какой мир бесконечный, а что это тогда с космосом? Короче, это непонятно. По бесконечности это и смело сказал. В общем, суть в чем? Типа вот у вас есть граница мира, за ней серость начинается. И они сквозь серость проплыли до другого мира. Я не знаю, типа, как из одного мира в другой гнать. Вот, но путь проходит через серость. И это опасно там двигаться. Вот, и весь мир, он типа такая корона. То есть как тарелка, условно. Внутри которой разбросаны острова, вот эти вот изолы. А между ними серость тоже. И по краям всей этой тарелки огромная серость. Они говорят, что это планета, но типа не говорится, что она круглая. Вы спрашивали, мне казалось, она круглая, я говорю, типа, нет, вообще нифига нет, типа короны. Кажется, мне с ним не задалось, или у него со мной, я его сломал.
In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds. Yet much like Revachol, it is also magnificent and rare. Imagine the suzerain of seagulls.
Тогда удача улыбнулась нам в последний раз.
The nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae,
Вопрос был,
or they
да.
discovered us, all in the rush of the great inter-Islary reconnection.
По-моему, они сами не знают, так они поднимаются только стратосферу.
But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there, wipe out indigenous populations, gunboat economies, or they came to do the same for us. Or had done to each other. But here, there was no one but the skua, the Liliat Saya, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revachol, the suzerain.
Что же случилось?
Revolution, poverty,
and the mercurial rise of capitalism.
Дождь пошел.
It is. Soon it will be spring and everything will blossom.
The gangs will run wild, jacking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through Coal City. Spring is tough in Revachon.
Что собираетесь сделать?
I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
У вас есть необходимые полномочия?
She puts her hand in the rain. She's silent for a second.
We will see.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen.
Она берется мокрой дождя рукой за конец каната и начинает развязывать узел.
The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez. If you handle the situation on the ground.
Отправляйтесь прямо сейчас?
Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. And I've exhausted all my options from here.
Мы обычно СБ говорит так о своих работодателях.
There are no employers. She's a member of the board. Probably a partner.
Нет никаких работодателей. Wild Pines это вы.
You are the citizens' militia. There are no superiors.
Что? Конечно, у меня есть начальники.
That's right, detective. And next time, you should confer with them before you go setting events in motion.
Даже после всего этого я так и не понял, кто вы и что в вами
I
движет.
have not deceived you. I showed you who I was. Rejoice Layton.
Понятно, отпустите ее.
Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain.
How far along is Cronel?
Какую часть, Евгений? Что подзабыл? Что нам обещала?
The confrontation is imminent. They have followed in your footsteps. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your shadow. Arm yourselves. Armor yourselves. Protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can limit the casualties.
Когда они что действуют, где?
Soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. They know I've been feeding you information. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane. I know, because I too am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich.
Разве не все мы немного безумные?
No, detective. No one's as insane as you.
Don't worry, madame. I am very sane.
Вы подвергались обучению?
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing. And I've got it bad.
Указывает на сердце. Как вы с этим справляетесь?
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola. The Volta Domar. It's used by inter-Islary travelers and other troubled souls, even to this day.
Началось ощущение серости. Изначально не понял вопроса, Хитаран.
You could use a little of it yourself.
Нет инфы о том, что оно, кажется, началось. Прощайте, Реджойс Лейтон.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
Найдите решение ситуации с забастовкой, если это задание.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller on the bay, its white sails fluttering. With worry in his eyes, he does not know if it was the right thing to do, but he doesn't say anything. Slowly, the sails turn
В чем
grey blue as
поступили? Мы
more
ничего не сделали.
oxygen gets between you.
Или именно это имеется в виду? Синевато-серыми. Могут серых включать мир, когда начинает процесс. Как быстро протекает. Это неизвестно, Хитран. Он может изначально был. Непонятно. Об этом речь не шло. Как быстро протекает, я не помню. Астровалийское чудо. Из глубин памяти всплывает стих, перевод, который ты не помнишь. Nulla sala cambiato della luce. Начинается он. Colori come grigio e marrone. Tutti stampati uno su altro. Trovai un vuoto. Una macchia bianca. Gli altri guardarono. Che bella giornata. Che bel tempo. Ma senti la rotativa. Ты вспомнил его, когда услышал историю о том, как открыли оставали. Но что это значит и почему ты помнишь его наизусть? Что вообще есть это серость, спрашивает он. Типа граница мира, ну, условно варп из Вархаммера. То есть вот мир поделен на изолы, такие пространства, между ними серость. Из одного места может в другое попасть, через серость. Ты идешь, чем дольше ты находишься в серости, тем больше ты условно сходишь с ума. И типа, вот. Не знаю, как это более правильно объяснить. Слушай, может, отвезешь нас на остров, нет? Зоной сталкера. Ну...
What's on your mind, officer?
Ну, нет.
Oh? Hey, okay. Oh. Yes, that's the... Sorry I couldn't help you out. Really? A lot of stuff.
Такая хоббов
I guess
работа.
that makes you into some sort of terrier. Either way...
Блин, и как я попасть на остров, спрашивается? Есть немного в сердце, покачает вот закон мироздания. Ну, типа да. Ее невозможно и пощупать, и исследовать, измерить. Она просто типа там все растворяется. Мир прекращает свое существование. Так, насчет где расстреливали. Окей, ну мы там были, и что-то нифига не было. Давайте еще раз сходим.
Always my pleasure to...
Ну и чё? Мистер Лазер, давай вместо того, чтобы поспалить, не просто скажи мне, куда мне идти для проверки на пирс и как мне упасть на остров? Или пока я все сделаю, все закончилось, надо идти к Рубин побережье наверх, правильно? Либо через трубу, либо по лестнице. Окей, ну погнали в здание. Пекицы. Ты чё?
Behind the pipe, the maintenance door, rusted shut and half sunken in sand.
Жилище коммуниста, проклятая или демаратская игральная кость. Вот если зола и зола Б между ними, Х дней пути между ними, Y дней пути в CS. Если CS сшается, то можно изменить, как меняется Y и экстраполировать прошлое. Да, это есть, хитрон. Расстояние вроде как типа измеряется. И все остальное не измеряется. Температура там и так далее. Понимаешь, там воздух и вот все. Сейчас подойдет. Так, естественно, тут. Так.
Behind the pipe, the maintenance door. Behind the pipe, the maintenance door.
Попробуем попытаться раздвинуть створки.
You and the lieutenant lean all your weight into pushing the doors apart, but you're not quite synchronizing your efforts. They slam shut again before you can enter.
Let's take a breather and try this again later. It's very tough. Yes? What do you want to know? You mean like a brief? There's no... 3 days ago, the RC... During that time, the victim had been stripped of his...
Чего ничего не знает про звонившего?
Class here, as we've come to suspect, didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union... Okay, well, we are police officers. It's good.
Не знаю, какие-то... На какую-то дистанцию через серость радиоволны распространяются, к слову. Вот. Там они обсуждают тему по поводу того, чтобы изучать серость и в целом сквозь нее проходить с помощью автоматизированных средств, то есть дронов.
Behind the pipe, the maintenance door. The metal doors are heavy, and the flaking rust hurts your palms. But, together with the lieutenant, you manage to slide them open just enough to squeeze in.
Good work. Shall we?
А где вариант не войти внутрь? Ё-моё. Ща, погоди, да, у нас там поверки на грубую силу еще есть. Все в этом такие же классные наш ГГ. Что с фастравом случилось? Все, поломался. Капитал здания. Окей.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric. The ice squeaks beneath. You see the pry bar's metal handle bending.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I have no idea.
Sooner or later, the barbell waits patiently on the floor,
Так, лазер.
like a dog for its master.
Ты явно не понимаешь, да, вообще? Нифига. Не повезло.
You managed to hoist it off the ground. Even your body has failed you.
Proper weightlifting glove.
Что? Я вот зачем вот это вот все рассказывать? Я думал, может, я еще поучу. Не, расскажу сразу все. Такой. Зашибись. Почему яйцо, интересно? Вокруг типа серость, да, такая? Тут контейнеры уходят в никуда, тут корабли уходят никуда. Слушай, реально ли завалить проверки так, чтобы получить перманентную там на всю игру? Перманентную? Вряд ли. Тут такого не видел. Не помешало бы достать фонарик. Черт, ну ладно. Это перевернутый стол покрыт оранжевой плесенью, в которой что-то копошится. Древняя офисная мебель, может, прошлого века. Потолок обрушился и практически перекрыл проход в подвал. Подействоваться можно с трудом. В ящиках старых папки для бумаг, на них серебрится плесень. Куча толстых стеклянных панелей, покрытых пылью. Интеризоларный пиджак. Внушение. Пиджак спокойного коричневого цвета идеально подходит для офиса или вечернего похода в кафе. Красная роза на левом лацка немедленно увядает. Как же какие-то полосы света сделаны. Да. Довольно красиво. Так, пока рановато подниматься. Луч фонарика освещает проем в стене. Это что, я? Шапка эволюционера, плюсник к социал-экономическому мазовизму. Затхлый запах и пыль. Здесь никто не спал уже много месяцев, а может и лет. Простые тарелки покрыты пылью и затянуты паутиной. На двухъярусной кровати сбросаны древние листовки и брошюры эволюционная пропаганда. Снова что уже видел эту амбразуру.
And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary. This does look like an embrasure, a slit made for shooting out of. Outside the window, the day is clear and as mild as can be in early spring.
Мог ли убийца здесь себе
It's a
жилище?
great place to hide, certainly, but there hasn't been anyone here in ages.
Кем я не могу разглядеть танцы в тупе, стреляли не отсюда, в
Indeed,
итоге.
no one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough.
The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control. A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spiderweb in the lower left corner of the portrait. Years worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly.
Красмазов, где он, конечно, воротил.
Yes. Looks like some latter-day radicals were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
Как давно?
Half a century. This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
Откуда все эти тайники с оружием, секретные
We have
бункеры?
found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
Что за такая солидная базура? Это просто лесенка, пулемет где ставить в воздухе. Может, мне стоит сюда переехать? Здесь довольно уютно.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
Потому что может быть связано с бюстом Мазова, который мы нашли студента.
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
Судьбой терминала? Или ты по этому поводу еще не подождал после отплыва той мадам? Прости, какого терминала? Ничего не понимаю. Корм. Деревянный пол, которого больше нету. Не знаю. Если это, что кто-то нас здесь недавно.
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Безовостовка. А, ну типа Джойс решила отдать им терминал. Все, больше его не обсуждали. След ботинок на песке, одна подошва кажется более стертой, чем другая. Вот что-то чувствует какой-то неестественный гул. Следует туда. Туннель обрушен, придется найти другой путь. Шумно слышен какой-то гул.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Да, вот это wait. Лейтенант, ничего не чувствуешь?
No. What do you mean?
Боль, непонятное
I
жужжание.
don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
Я тоже их видел, папа подошел полностью
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
Нашел, time to wait.
This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace, and it will start breaking down uncontrollably.
Блин, это довольно спойлерный вопрос так-то. А если бы я не нашел, то это был бы спойлер, понимаешь?
Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Мы проверили блок с документами классе. Я хочу знать, что он скажет по поводу того, что они был пуст.
Okay, why not? Whatever goes down might also affect her. The Union is watching her closely now.
Not closely enough, you suspect, but still, good idea to visit her once more.
Мы разрешили ситуацию забастовкой, когда сказали Джойс о планах
I still
профсоюза.
don't think that was a good idea. But yes, our affairs with the Wild Pines are in order, since she isn't in Martinez anymore.
Someone's been a very busy boy. Good on you.
Как-то не слоупочно поделились принадлежность следов в бункере. Почему слоупочно? Ты либо нашел эти улики, либо нет. Так что ничего не поменялось. Поменялось мое знание о них. Что слоупочно? Почему слоупочно? Вы до сих пор не знаю всех планов Аврора, если это Джойс, может стоит снова заносить представителя
I leave
профсоюза?
that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield
Как думаешь, насколько плохо все закончится?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
Как думаешь, что нас там
I think I
ждет?
see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Нам как бы говорят, мол, пс, проверь все остальное сначала. Окей, ладно. Классический геймплейный момент. Как она предупредить, что потом будет no turning back. Потом зайдем к вам. Сейчас, перед тем, как пойти, спуститься внутрь. Походим тут. Что это такое? Открытка Мартинез 98. Выцветшая открытка конца прошлого века с изображением дореволюционного Мартинеза. Разгар лета. Рю де Сен-Гислен кишит представителями буржуазии, зонтиком наперевес. Вдоль пешеходной дорожки развиваются флаги Wild Pines. Наоборот, ничего не написано. Ушанка с мозавистской эмблемой оленями рогами на серебристой белом меху. Ты чувствуешь, что государство греет тебе уши и заботится о них.
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head, and your mind tingles with all manner of socio-economic theory.
Это же ушанка, да, походит ушанки.
Mazov would have worn this Yushenka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears a Mazovian logo. Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it or not, wearing this hat has made you more communist.
Это забавно. Стекло покрыто сажей и пылью, почти ничего не видно. Они падают вниз, лететь им долго. Сталь-напор уничтожила выстрелами. Сальтейший порыв ветра, высота кажется головокружительной. Ну и все, тут больше ничего нет. Странно. Вот эту крышу нельзя было рассмотреть, как вариант, откуда стреляли. А, пирс, это была амбразура, я понял. Остается остров.
Oh, sorry.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
Я нашел ваш буй, в нем ничего не было, лишь морская вода.
Oh.
Did you take the document?
He's trying to throw her off with the bluntness of the question.
No, of course not. As I said, it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway. My employer gave them to me. In truth, I should have destroyed them.
Я зарегистрирую так. Вышел, может угрожать опасность.
Yes, I am. Regardless of who took the documents. It was probably just an accident. I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed away.
Почему мне кажется, что вы победили?
I really don't know, sir. I certainly don't feel like I've won. I feel like shit, sir. All the time.
Но для вас я вернулась хорошо, вы скользнули от всех подозрений.
Clearly, I haven't. We're having this conversation, aren't we? How well could it have gone, I mean?
The wet wind, heavy with brine and industrial pollution from the stacks nearby, ruffles her hair.
I'm stuck in Martinez just like all of us. I've been up here for... I don't know how long now. I like to call this my rooftop containment facility.
За что же вас
For
заточили?
my sins, of course. The long-standing sins of a bad, frivolous person. For destroying my first love. For working for bad people. The list goes on and on.
Высохшие цветы на крыше, их могла оставить Руби? Они не вписываются в общую картину.
What? Oh, those ones. I don't know, sir. I said I have no idea what to make of them. Honestly, I think they're just trash. I mean, there's no reason for me to think they're somehow connected to her.
Кажется, что-то не сходится в моей теории по поводу Руби.
I don't know what to say.
Кажется, все складывается очень удачно для вас.
None of this is fortuitous for me.
Полагаю, у меня
She
все.
nods, slowly, carefully even. There is suddenly a strange glint in her eyes. Not malicious, but dangerous.
Yeah? All right. Sure. The record. So official. Okay.
She nods, silently.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
Можно в тейпет вложиться. Давайте. Вроде все.
Officer.
Да, немыслимо.
Continuously nothing. The sky slowly slides above you. The young woman exhales the scent of menthol tobacco.
Тейпетный галстук не представляю. Что на себе представляю, как это? Так, надушенный шарф. Легкий весенний шарф пахнет мужским парфюмом и дешевым стиральным порошком. Кто, должно быть, забыл его? Может быть, после свидания, если ты твердо намерен убедить себя, что весна уже наступила, надевай. Ну что ж. Well, what do we have here?
You clearly see
jackpot.
Нет, хром там, потому что нужно какой-то навык тоже вкачать, который я не качал.
The man pondered.
The Coppernado is back.
Новое приветствие. Копернадо. Я хочу снова обсудить кое-что касательно исчезновения Робби.
What?
Спасибо, Тит. Еще что тебе надо, коп? Нет. Go к Эврару. Чуть более уважительно.
Oh, look.
Фаун.
Right, two.
Hola, Wandering Man.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you.
Я думаю, можно ему на колонки намекнуть.
The payphone had...
So, the ship has sailed. Did you see it? I know you did. Tell me, what did it look like as it grew smaller and smaller when that mainsail dropped behind the horizon?
There's a mean little light in its eyes.
Did it look like a germ? Did it look like a piece of bacteria?
His tone is totally different now. The jolly man of the people is gone, and so is the smile.
Мне, думаю, похоже на судно, отплывающее от берега. Не стоит слишком
He
драматизировать.
wanted us to relay all this information to her.
That this is a takeover? That I want a war? God, I hope you also told her about the drug trade. They absolutely hate getting their hands dirty with that. You can kill 1 million people, but if you do something the police doesn't like, well, then you're out of the yacht club. Goodbye, you inhuman fuck.
Теперь я понимаю, почему были такими обходительными.
No, Harry. What we have is real. We're working men. This here is real.
Так это был ваш план с самого начала, чтобы я передал всю эту информацию.
Harry, I can't see into the future. We are all playing by ear on this planet. I had no idea she'd react so strongly.
Информацию через меня вы хотели передать.
I knew the negotiations would go better with police officers telling her horror stories from inside the harbour. It's scarier this way. Turns out it was a magnificent strategy. I never thought it'd so fundamentally fuck her up.
Откуда вы знаете, что она уехала?
Harry, I bugged her cabin. I bugged her whole boat. I had cameras surveying her boat. Hell, I even wanted to bug that thermal cap. But my boys advised against it.
They must have done it while Joyce was busy questioning the locals.
Так вы послушали все наши
Not
разговоры?
me personally. I had guys recording and processing this information for me.
Парни Харди?
Hell no.
Ну, конечно,
They
нет.
fuck it up. They can't do anything right. I mean my real boys. My special task force boys.
Where are these boys?
They sure as hell aren't hanging out in the open with beers in their hands for the cops to question. They're pros, Mr. Kitsuragi.
Вы меня использовали.
Harry, you made a conscious decision to relay that information to her. You could have kept it for yourself.
Но она сказала, что безумна, как и я.
She's not insane. What did she tell you?
Крайне скептицизма. Что он получил слишком большую дозу излучения, путешествия через
No,
серость.
she's not. She's a sentimental alcoholic. They all are. Never take a drop and you'll be 8 laps ahead of those upper-class winos. Just like old Mr. Clare here. Try it. You'll be a real super detective.
Я уже некоторое время следую по пути трезвости.
I can see that, Harry. Alcohol has left its marks, but you're doing better than when I first saw you. Rich man is shitting himself. The working class sober.
Вы использовали мой любознательный интеллект против меня.
Against you? Oh, Harry, I'd like to think I used it for you.
Но она сказала мне прекрасную историю об открытии
Of
Оставали.
course she did. Rich people have the best stories.
Best stories.
About all the interesting things they've done and seen. All the beautiful places they've been to. It's just sentimentalism. She can afford to be sentimental, and she can afford to lose as well.
Что будет теперь?
What was always going to happen? We take the harbour and she fucks off to Ozon, uncorks a bottle of wine, calls her partners, and says they need to distance themselves from this nasty business before the big shit spinner splashes everyone. Only difference is the Union doesn't have to lose 2,000 men to machine gun fire.
Сейчас, секундочку, ребят. Так, такой Эврахт, конечно. Ух. Вот не Эврахт, а Эврахт просто. Сидит и себе манипулирует. Да. От всего этого меня подташнет. Надеюсь, я запасет человеческие жизни, иначе вам же хуже.
That it will, Harry. That it will. As to the bad taste, please. You're not a sommelier. You're a cop. You knew something. Something big. And you wanted to see what happens when you tell someone. So you told her. Anyone who's ever been close to power will tell you. Inside information is the sweetest thing in the world. It's better than money. It's better than pussy. Money only makes you special for some salesmen. Pussy only makes you special for yourself. Information makes you special for all mankind. It's the ticket to history.
Я тоже так думаю.
Right on, Harry. What you did was participate in history. When history calls, you have to pick up. You had no choice. None of us ever do. A hard disco cop like you, I knew you weren't one to resist temptation.
You know what, detective? I am going to leave this out of my report, and I suggest you leave it out of yours too.
Just look at the three of us. The three careless boyaderos. Good times, good times.
И что теперь?
Now there's a whole lot of work to do. For me and for you. I suppose there was a reason you came here, so let's get to it. What can I help my best friend and comrade with today?
Смотрите, мой пистолет.
My. She's quite the looker, Harry. You can't imagine how pleased I am the two of you are reunited. Tell me, was it difficult to convince the pigs to give it up?
Совсем не
I
трудно.
knew you could handle it. I know my special policeman. Anyway, I'm glad you're all right and armed again, Harry. Now, what can Everard Clare do for you?
Бам-бам, мой, да. Мой пистолет, бам-бам.
Oh, hey, mister. I'm not gonna bother you with a long greeting.
А ты тот Лео, который написал записку, что нужно сделать больше плакатов.
Oh, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
Да, на яхте. Ну, что он к войне готовится. А что там про борщ?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Что имеешь в виду, когда говоришь, сношу этот суп ребятам? Он для бастующих?
Yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Погоди, кто в Станского готовит?
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
Что-то с этим борщом не так. Я выясню, в чем дело.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along.
Особый борщ. Что такое особенно в борще, который едят забастовщики? Его готовят по станции в Тайпе, его можно найти на кухне, раздать побольше. Понятно, зачем ей расскажешь, что она сказала взамен. Ну, приняла решение отдать этот самый порт бастующим. Зачем мы это рассказали? Поделиться информацией, предупредить ее, что чуваки готовы к войне. Просто не хотел устраивать тут мясорубку. Ну, типа, да.
draw slightly.
Начинается опять там киса. Вау.
Hola, Wandering Man.
Hey, was there another thing? Yes.
Да, нам порт. Не нам,
The man
бастующим.
ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Io scotto mañana, правда?
The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again.
А что это за борщ ты варишь? Кто это большой
The
кастрюле?
man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his and then seems to wait for you to speak. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Да, кивнуть.
Horse need more vodka?
В борщ нужно больше водки?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
В борщ лить водку? Господи, что это будет за борщ такой? Они все еще бастуют же, нет, с Пашфоксом? Короче, Фоксем, суть в чем? Значит, местный профсоюз, они устроили забастовку несколько месяцев назад. Говорят, мы ничего не отдадим, короче, мы вообще готовы к войне, мы заберем у латпайнцев все. Вот. Она узнала, что они готовы к войне, и такая, типа, ну и хрен с ним, пускай получают, короче, порт, мы прижгем эту, как это, отрежем все лишнее, прижжем эту рану, типа, как-то так. Вот. Я не хочу тут всех убивать, отправлять сюда военных, солдат, чтобы они всех перестреляли, полгорода убьют, нафиг мне это надо. Вот. Водочный. Действительно, это же не уха, а тоже без водки.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht indeed.
Спасибо.
Turn it
Да не
up
что.
and then ask for some yourself. Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
Нет, не надо водка, пукни пальцем, будете что ты
The
хорош.
cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
А, можно пойти крещиться еще, да, тэпит. Пек, I'm gonna make you pay. Одумайся, киса, оно тебе надо? Ты готов встретиться с последствиями своего решения, кис? Саян Фоксен, может, овер-зареактив. Ну, короче, просто типа они бастуют, ну, так а что им не бастовать, или Не понял, почему все должно резко прекратиться, или как это должно было выглядеть, я вот почему. Я не понял вопроса, типа, они все еще бастуют или нет.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye?
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
Это все чтиво, но я хочу, чтобы вы меня выслушали. Я, кажется, знаю, почему ваш бизнес остается на плаву.
Didn't we already talk about this?
Все, потому что вы находитесь в другом здании. Технически ваше здание является частью торгового
What are you
здания.
talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Sanguilan 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
Не, здесь раньше была угольная электростанция. Так, а может все случилось дурачество или, конечно, что-то еды и воды почти туалет на ручки за ушком, просто внимание. Ну, я бы назвал, что дурачество это и значит просто внимание. Она в основном что-то хочет, да. Не, здесь раньше была угольная электростанция, это вы, кстати, к защитному экрану. Вы находитесь в дымоходе другого здания. Она задачно озирается, оглядывая гнездо, которое здесь вило. Это же логично, здесь все здесь ветрено, мы видим дымик, не закрыли как следует, вылезать наверх.
You're right. I should take a trip to the roof once the snow is gone. Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
Будьте уверены, что никакие парапсихические угрозы вам здесь не страшны. А сместует лицо пальцем, пока не осталось. Что?
Do you know what this is?
А поднимает руку, демонстрирующую полоску металла, сияющую на показательном пальце. Похоже на обычное украшение.
It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan.
Зачем мне это
It wasn't
рассказываете?
just a jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
Да не так уж они промозглые, вы тут все очень уютно устроили.
Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending or an entirely different world.
Навіть стала пару кассира, смотрит их на свету.
But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer.
Да нет, все нормально, просто не могу слушать весь стрим, выпускать часть. Я думал, что мы решили проблему рабочих, которые там кричат перед воротами, мы оттуда ушли на рынки, теперь они смогут работать. Не, это другие, это антистаточники. Есть бастующие, они бастуют против Wild Pines корпорации. А рабочие, которые бастуют перед доками, это те, которые хотят работать. Они не хотят бастовать, они хотят работать. Их не пускают в доки профсоюз. Вот. Ну и они, естественно, обречены не на провал, потому что у профсоюза там, типа, есть сила. Вот. Их будут продолжаться. Они вообще не в курсе про то, что, типа, там какие-то терки идут с Wild Pines, что враг хочет войны, что Джойс приняла решение отдать порт, потому что она еще только приняла решение, они пока это не реализовали. Вот. И антистатчники, как бы, вообще не в курсах, что кого. И взгляд их вообще замаскированный наемник, да. Никаких гарантий. Неудача для всех красных проверок. Временный бонус за исследование. Лол. Похоже, что цель всей этой большой игры — победа. Отсутствие поражения по всем фронтам. Победа в деловых предприятиях и творческих проектах. Победа в любви над другими людьми. Политическая победа, идеологическая победа. Черт, даже победа в постели. Само собой, множество побед, связанных с предметами, то есть иметь вещи и не терять их. Но только вот есть одна проблема. Победителю что-то не видно. Все вокруг, как правило, проигрывают. Почему так и как тебе не проиграть? Год побед. Все, отправляемся внутрь здания. Болтать с Руби. Можем еще машину ее чекнуть, правда. Вдруг что-нибудь найдем неожиданное.
Hello again.
Это да, не сахар.
A lorry, the smell of cigarettes. There's something odd about the passenger seat. A metallic drawer slides, the pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The rest looks like...
Strange. They're so...
It has to be an advanced, the ghostly actresses enclosed.
Вряд ли что-то еще есть. Так, ну что, пошли?
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components.
Деталь компьютера?
Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass. Slides with an inlaid nervous system.
Как это делать и зачем?
The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know. The why is easy, because they hadn't come up with modern silicon-based systems yet. For vitreous cast filament memories, though, these seem incredibly advanced.
Hey Kim, смотри, старые кибернетические технологии.
So it is. I think this used to form a single system, slotted in the wall.
Вот этот был комп. Значит, вот что осталось от нее
The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean.
Возможно, часть проекта Фельд-перемотка?
No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find a device here. You will be disappointed.
You will be disappointed. Так, да, на тэпе-то избавиться. Да, и очки другие. Ты чё там? Киста на подоконнике сидит. Сам пост Гарри правша? Мы не знаем. Это не акцентировалось внимание. Бетон труба погребена под песковым пылью.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
Yeah.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
Закрыть уши.
No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Ты меня собираешься убить?
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing is the ULAN frequency, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Я вижу твое волнение, это частота улан.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
Интересном языке.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it.
Yeah.
Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
Кто-то тусит прям внутри сердца.
What we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Он кажется с огромным усилием на что-то рукой.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
Как тебе удалось забыть этот прибор?
I built it myself.
And she's proud of it too. As she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
И что, так теперь всегда будет?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
3, 4, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7.
На себе компрессор спитывала?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
Это все прекрасно, поговорим об убитом.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Не могла ты просто отключить эту штуку, у меня к тебе пару
If
вопросов.
you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
2, 3, 6, 1, 8, 9, 2, 8, 1.
По-русски.
You're looking for a deal on mattress.
Spirit!
Foxglove, School 6, 22971047302819.
Злочистный поиск от кучи разных языков статует. С голову лицо открыто гримаса боли. Ее взгляд внезапно смягчается.
If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
Она неуверенно хоть символ немного
The gun
утихает.
she's carrying is a two-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but she can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much.
Уничтожить прибор. Как ты узнал о нашем
I
приближении?
heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
Пряча пули под полом?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Она тебя, кстати, не выдала, Изабель, пачка.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
Но зачем прятать пулю?
This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Ты застрелила Лили.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you.
Да, это не сходится с тем, что она убила Лили, потому что... А. Следы не те. Б. Она не могла так далеко уйти, чтобы выстрелить.
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
Я пригрузил к Васе арест, она сломала, сказал мне все.
Well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor above all else. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Твоя первая догадка была недалека от истины.
Titus and his boys, man. He told us you were on the coast.
Even now, Kim is a paragon of professionalism. He is trying to make a clean cut of telling her she was betrayed.
Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like...
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Погоди, разве не ты назвала меня открывашкой? Это не его ничего личного, я просто заставил их открыться.
Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
Я справлюсь, задавая вопросы, и у меня есть пачка для тебя.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Как по-твоему, Лили был приятным человеком?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
Ты считаешь, что Союз нуждается в защите?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
Может, было что-то более личное, что тебе не нравилось? Его отношение к женщине, например?
You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me. And definitely not a reason to off someone.
Ты не сочувствуешь Дэви, как тяжелая работа.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
Есть еще вопросы? У тебя есть алиби на время смерти Лили?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me.
При отсутствии, они скажут, что ты выходил отлить на целых 15 минут.
And I'm sure they also made some funny remarks about it. They always do. I've driven a lot of long haul and chugged a lot of beer, man. Can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough time.
Погоди, никто не отливает по 15 минут.
Fuck you, man. I might also have stopped by the bar.
She speaketh truth.
Мы провели расследование, помочь от боли, выяснили, что 15 минут как раз хватило бы, чтобы совершить убийство.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Ты играешь в пинбол?
No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardenne. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why?
Я видел довольно загадочный пинбольный автомат в довольно загадочных комнатах в танцах. Забудем по пинболу. С бара в танцах есть секретный проход на крышу.
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have all heard it
downstairs. О, да, да.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
У тебя есть оружие. Где ты его взяла? В каком уже магазине? Серьезно? Сори?
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
Я вижу двуствольный пистолет. Другое оружие у тебя есть?
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
Я что-то не уверен. Что это за пистолет?
Way 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I guess.
That isn't it.
Ты не коллекционируешь старое оружие, старые винтовки, может быть? Есть еще одна улика, которую хочу тебя спросить. Квасье тебе действительно нравилось? Скажи, тебе нравится подглядывать?
Pissing, pinball, and now peeping. I'm just not following your insinuations, detective.
Камис, здравствуйте, сквозь нее посмотрится номер Квасье. Я не стал бы осуждать, если бы ты... Мы же не можем проходить каст, например, сейчас. Почему можем?
If I want to stare at a pretty girl, I can pick one up at a bar. Or, worst case scenario, look at a naughty photo. Who has time to go skulking about the whirling, drilling holes in walls?
Квасье похоже на девушку с одной из твоих бокалов, и именно в твоем вкусе.
What the fuck, man? She's everyone's type. She's your type. Are you sure you're not the one who was excited about the peephole?
She's beginning to suspect you've broken into her lorry now.
Значит, ты не подглядывала за Квасье сквозь дыру в стене?
Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. But travel enough and you realize, for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable.
Так ты любительница девчонок?
What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse.
Her hand slipped from the dial of the compressor for a moment, almost turning it down. Then she put her hand back. Not yet. Not yet.
Ну ты хотела что-то больше, чем простая дружба.
So that's where you were going with this.
Она сказала, что ты хотела сбежать вместе с ней.
That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Clausy only said they maybe kissed. Someone is lying here.
Погоди, Классия сказала, что вы просто однажды поцеловались.
If that's what she wants on the record, so be it. I'm not about to go into details for you to jerk off to later.
Seriously, just move on.
А что произошло потом?
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it, move on.
Классия сказала, что ты очень разозлилась, когда начала встречаться с Лили, угрожала ей.
Yeah. One time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
И несмотря ни на что, ты могла инсценировать инсценирование.
The girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer.
Еще вопросы.
Go ahead. It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
И мой тоже. Тебе нравится лазать по крышам?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Clausia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
Что такое отличное в ее
It's
антенне?
very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
Come in.
Но если почему кто-то тусовался на крыше?
Pretty bomb too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Clausia.
Значит, ты уверена, что не стрелял во время с крыши?
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
Ты оставляла цветы на крыше для Классии?
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
Это были не просто цветы, это символы эволюции, сражаться с болью.
So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on.
Но Классия оплакивала
I
погибшего.
never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
Ладно, значит, ты не стреляла в ландыши.
No, I did not.
Ты занимаешься наркоторговлей для профсоюза, я был в твоем грузовике.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
Ничего подобного, сам тоже забрался.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
Ты преступница, не могу доверять тебе.
That's your prerogative.
У тебя был финансовый мотив для убийства наемника.
Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
Лейтенант состояние озвучит свой
She
босс.
deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Но теперь ты угрожаешь нам.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
О.
Yeah? Where?
Если наемника убила не ты, то кто это сделал?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Тогда еще не было
Who
расследования.
hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
Что произошло воскресный вечер? Изложи свою версию.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
Не в состоянии закончить предложение.
Alright, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasia comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Немножко тебе не показалось, что она под кайфом?
Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
Костя сказал, что ты сразу поняла, что что-то не так.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Костя сказал, что ты пошла к ней уже с готовым планом.
No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Ее идея?
In cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck. To fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy boys.
Klasia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm
Нет,
under
Максим.
pressure otherwise.
Что значит? Изобретательно.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Думаешь, это она убила Лили?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
Что по замком
But
повторяет?
even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
Уничтожить прибор. Провал, да?
The violent white noise
Две единицы.
overwhelming closer to the compressor. Feels like your brain is swelling up in your skull.
Застыть неподвижно, заметь на месте и пытаться вызвать видение конца света. Ну-ка, давай. Не носи, Ким, я просто пытаюсь вызвать видение конца
The
света.
pain intensifies as your hands attempt to reach out into the pale chaos.
What are you doing? I told you it's best not to move.
'Special someone.
Ким, пусть это прекратится. Просто постарайся не вырубиться.
I know this isn't very fun for you, so let's wrap this up. You have a tribunal to attend.
She knows about the tribunal.
Знаешь что-нибудь о трибунале, который планируют наемники?
Tribunal is an awfully fancy word for what they're going to do. But yeah, I was listening to their frequency. They finished their investigation. Now they're gonna put on a show before meting out punishment. Even though those assholes gave me up, I'm worried for the boys. And you, watch out for yourselves. You seem to have a habit of walking into traps.
Они хотят заманить нас в ловушку?
I'm guessing you don't know that a third mercenary has come to town just in time for the tribunal. Now you do.
If one hornet can kill 40 honeybees in a minute, then 3 hornets should be able to kill 120 honeybees in a minute or more, since they'll also be covering one another.
A third. Ah, this is bad.
As I said, watch out.
The pain is becoming unbearable now.
Если ты не убивал, зачем тебе
I
прятаться?
saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop.
О чем ты хочешь, агент Лапута Мадре?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Шестерка.
Oh, fuck me.
Что ты выглядишь, что-то помочь.
Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Кто все? Какой ты об этом знаешь?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
Так, погодите, Лапута Мадре это как банда или типа того?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Скажи, как меня зовут? Если ты об этом знаешь, то имя мое должна знать.
One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time.
Лапута Мадре, я слышу про Лапута Мадре. Опасный человек, верно?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
Нет, это вопрос.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
И чем ты насолил этому Мадре?
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
Когда я появился в городе, со мной кто-нибудь был?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
Кто был в этом отряде?
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
Может, я с наемниками сюда прибыл? Что еще
One of
скажешь?
the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying.
Что? Ты третий? Нет. Я 4-й тогда уж. Там типа какие-то отряд смерти с нами прибыл. Это не они нас в холле ждут. Фиг знает.
That sound about right?
Satellite Officer Vitmere looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Miller. We could either take a room here in the whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen to
Да, это они.
quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
Кажется, я их знаю, они в Мартинезе.
Friction, lock, set.
Don't leave me here. Please delete.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me.
Ты знаешь что-нибудь о бункере по соседству?
What bunker?
Вот тот схрон коммунаров.
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Ее голос тонет в первом шуме, похоже, симптомы они выявлены.
You've got to act soon. This is getting bad. Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
Я больше не могу, просто уходи, не предпринимай попыток сломать компрессор.
Glad to have been of assistance. Best of luck to you, officers. Revishal's a bitch.
The woman runs past you and disappears into the darkness.
А ее не нужно было? Ну ладно, окей. Секундочку, ребят. Что тут надо говорит? Продолжаем. Обидно, большие шансы были сломать было. Да, так оно отключил уже, говорит, дует. Ну, по анимации было видно, что он еще работал. После анимации не вырубили. Ага, окей.
All things considered, it could have gone worse.
Погоди, разве мне надо ее догнать?
No, I don't think she did it. She's someone else's case now.
It's too late now, anyway. She's gone.
И что теперь?
Now we have to come up with a really good excuse for why we walked right into a trap like that. This isn't going to look good in the report. Her tent. Maybe there's something in there.
Кстати. Ё-моё. Видите, сколько хватает взгляда, лишь темная вода, выхода здесь нет. Дуламин плюс 3 здоровья. About time. Кухонное утро, она готовила кашу с бананами.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately.
Красная, не похожа на красную.
By practiced hands. She's used to camping out. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp.
Кто-нибудь, кто в курсе, сколько примерно еще геймплея осталось? В том смысле, что если осталось, типа, там, не знаю, 20 минут, то мы давайте допройдем. А если еще там нормально, пару часов, то героям надо переходить.
It reeks of cigarettes.
Светить книги фонариком.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
Ну давай, пока я не забыл. Так, мало тестов на рассудок, или ты так часто был уверен в своей силе, что ХП быстрее терял? Ну, у меня сила воли гораздо сильнее, чем стойкость, опять же. Сила воли у меня 8, а стойкость 4, например. У меня куча восстановления психики было еще, хитран. Аккуратный журнал для записей в коричневом кожаном переплете. Сзади отпечатано название производителя Шнеллер. Он производит впечатление верного друга одинокого путешественника. Черт, дневник подозреваемого, это ж такая тупая улика. Осмотреть обложку.
It's made of full grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Так, что за логистика?
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Что за схема?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Что-нибудь личное?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. The way some of those question marks trail off into ellipsis, she was going through a tough time. Staff issues, always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
Когда начала вести его?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
Что написал в день смерти Лили?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. Except, but that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
Есть что-нибудь о Лапута Мадре?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell.
Ничего о
What about
Лапута
this
Мадре.
M? Could this be La Puta Madre? Here, March 9th and March 15th.
Зачем 439 марта?
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? The call? Did M call her personally? Why? Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly.
Снова взглянуть на обложку.
The thick journal bound in...
Что говорит в последней записи?
The
Закончите
most
не помню.
recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth, but who's counting?
Первый или четвертый?
Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
Может, если она невиновна, может быть лучше, что мы ее не
I
поймали.
wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
Ким, я что, правда агент Лапута Мадре?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
Да уж.
He truly does not believe you are. Perhaps he shouldn't be so trusting. His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
Так, кто, по-твоему, убил наемника?
Classio was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or...
Но выстрел никто не слышал.
Maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. Let's be careful, though. The tip she gave us about the tribunal was disturbing.
Searchlight Division. You've sharpened your senses by being on the lookout for missing persons. Now you notice more of what's happening around you. Perhaps, when you're done with this case, you can join the Searchlight Division of the RCM and find every Revacholian that's ever gone missing without a trace. There is undoubtedly a backlog of such cases, because you never know. A missing person could be just around the edge, barely out of sight.
Неплохо, плюс 2 восприятия, но у нас уже восприятие типа 13, мы там уже мега сильны в нем. Что ж, мы на этом заканчиваем, господа, на сегодня Disco Elysium. Сразу же не подумали, что она могла стать подложный дневник, косвенно подтверждающие показания. У нее было полное написать подложный дневник. Да? И что, блин, оставлять дневник тоже. Скетч Педомус. Да. В общем, господа, перерывчик. И герой Меча и Магии. Ты. Пара-па-па-пи-пу-пам. Пи-па-пу-пи-да-пу-пи-пам. Па-пу-пи-пам.